Here I am. Again. I don't know why it does this. YouTube always does this. I always have to do it twice or 3 times before I can actually stream. You gonna let me stream? You gonna let me stream, YouTube? Because I'm a gamer. Ay, Dios mío. Okay. It's fine. We're here. Everything's okay. Dun, 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 dun. Gonna share my links to all social media. I'm gonna try to beat this game today so I can play my brand new game. I say that, but I actually don't remember. I don't know how much I have to do in this game. I know we finished Edgeworth's chapter, and now Edgeworth is gonna leave it to Phoenix. We still don't know where Maya is. We still don't know where Pearls is. We know that they're somewhere trapped across the bridge. So, get my vocal cords ready. Da 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 da. Dun 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 da 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 da. Let's get started without further ado. Da 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 da. This case is so good. February 9th, 3:43 a.m. Hati Clinic, Intensive Care Unit. Hey, Night Slasher! Hello! I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, ever had handled in the court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. That bitch. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, and my throat burns. My head's on fire. But I will recover! I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he'll be able to help me with him. Somehow. Ooh, baby. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Or maybe, Viridian in artist speak. Actually, my fever's gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees, nothing to worry about. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shishishito did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means that there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword? Huh. Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll take up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That is probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is... our client's background, naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or another. And since I probably won't be getting it from you... I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, Wright. Take care. Guess I should get moving, too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I gotta get back to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Well, that's right. Maya's still stuck over there in the temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I am off. Best guy. He's the best guy. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out. I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. That thing looks like it's ready to collapse. At least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes. Which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. That really is more of a dusty bridge than a dusky bridge. That kidnapping incident happened here 11 years ago, so maybe it's cursed too? Hazakura Temple doesn't have a single private phone line, and there aren't any houses in the area, so I guess Bikini is the only one who uses this. I really wish I had brought my cell phone with me. Maya. Looks like it's about 20 yards to that cliff over there, but I can't see the inner temple from here. I really hope Maya's okay. She's gotta be. She gotta. There's a narrow path going off in a different direction than that of Main Hall. Looks like someone's taking the effort to write to Heavenly Hall on the signpost. Oh god, let's go talk to Larry, see if he's home. Looks like no one's here. Larry! Laurice! Oh, sure, he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. Oh god, is that him? There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here! The heroine of my book! It'll make you famous! Oh! Enough! A fool's fool who foolishly accepts the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, ow! Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up, and you want to grill me over a name? Francie, you can't do that! Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or so I'm told. With a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not. And I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my new picture book, Francie's Whippity Whip Trip. Before you ask me to model, learn to at least give semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh. Just like that dude with the red underwear. Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright. Hi, Francisca. How you doing? Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh, joy. Looks like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I am Francisca Van Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Francisca was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Dickface. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years, but now he is gone from this world. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me? Because of what happened to your father? Phoenix Wright. You will fall before me, this I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being prosecuted by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me of something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I am here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Ow! No smirking! No whipping the sick! That foolish fool, doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing, and one thing only. To pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X, you know. Haha, yeah, y'all remember Cold Killer X? I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes, every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things that you did made it very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge. Did you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's gotta be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. Do I have anything? Let's remember what we have. It's been a while since I played. The Cult New Year's Magazine, the map, Hanging Scroll, photo of Elise, Iris's hood, weather data, the Shishito's, victim staff, Elise's autopsy report, Iris's testimony, tracks, crime photo, Larry's sketch, then the crystal sphere. Okay. I don't know if there's anything I need to talk to you about. About the— Ow! I refuse to help you, Phoenix Wright. I should have known better than to try. Ask you about yourself? Oh gosh, you're not— she's so mean. Okay, well, you know, I'm gonna go inside. That was one long sigh. Sister Bikini. My! I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise? Now that I think about it, there's an acolyte stuck at the Inner Temple, and that poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl? Wait, you don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do! She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? Why you won't tell me about this? She's a precious treasure, we almost all protect her. I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I wasn't until this morning. I don't see any Cyclops, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. I felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was in the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble, and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple, is that correct? That's right! I'm sure it was Iris! But Iris claims that she was in her room at Hazakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night. But because you did, Maya's stuck all by herself at the Inner Temple. I am so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet. The training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain was always prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. We gotta get Maya out of there fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the Inner Temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river and forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped so they choose to flee that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya can be stuck out there with a murderer with no way to escape either! Oh dear! Yes, I suppose it does! Please don't you get the bridge up faster? I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No. I want to know a little bit more about the victim, Miss Elise Donham. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size or her bust size for that matter. No. I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mr. Galeese was here to soak up the natural beauty of the Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There. You did it again, Sister Bikini. I noticed you always refer to Miss Donham as Mystic Elise. Oh! Yes, now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all the visitors as Mystic to make their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? I can say for sure that she's older than you. No! Holy shit! Holy fuck! Seems Miss Elise Donham was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Donham on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished? It's all gotta be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together! Oh man, my head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearls, she was with Miss Donham on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we finished eating dinner. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you'll be done with the repair soon. I don't think I have the Cyclox stuff to be able to break the Cyclox stuff. Do I? Let's sample. Take that! Did you miss anything? Well, I don't think anyone watched the last stream. So you probably missed Edgeworth whole court trial day, because I think I did it all in one day. I mean, Phoenix did summarize it here pretty good, so you might be okay. But if you haven't seen this since the beginning, then yes, you've missed a lot. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Donham had a special significance in this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Miss Elise was just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves that Miss Donham's true identity. Oh my god, really? Nope, I don't think I have anything yet. I should back the fuck up. Okay, well, to the courtyard. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. Miss Donham's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? The Shishishato. It's there in Mystic Ami's right hand, but it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And it's also the height the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Miss Donham was pushed from on top of the wall? They get quite a bit of snow up here in Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just used for fun. They're tools for getting around. But the sled? Nah, that's gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. Aww. There are a few of these stone lanterns scattered around this courtyard. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine it would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must like them now, since Iris can't be here. What's this weird pet? That's not of any concern? That's not of any concern? No. It's not of any concern. No. That building up there is the main hall. It was where we were staying. It's kind of funny because it was built on a very steep slope. If you enter from the main gate side, these rooms are above me are the ground floor. Apparently Miss Donham was staying in the corner room. I guess that's where she was pushed from that night. I think that's it. There's no new clues here. There's no new clues here. The land, she gives me nothing. Whoa, what? Whoa, what the? What was that jarring, considerably loud yell? So this is where you've been. Nice, keep it nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know. Well, then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I... Wow! It's been a while, Scruffy. But it's... It's... Karma! Sister, please, leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I am on your side. I won't do anything to you you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow, it hurts! Silence! I, Francisca von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So you will follow me. She's not seriously gonna follow me around, is she? Yay! Phoenix and Von Karma adventure. Let's go together to do some stuff. Do I need to do? No, she won't let me. Let's go to the bridge anyway, cause go see Miles, okay? Man, Gumshoe, you are best fucking guy. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. That voice! He pearls! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! She's a precious treasure. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. So you were here ever since that night? I was so lonely. I thought I was gonna die.
When I woke up in the morning and saw the dusky bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone.
She was all alone? It must be very trying for you, little girl.
You're...
I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here.
You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year.
Well,
I don't like you. You're nothing but a girl without your whip.
you're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Damn, Pearls!
Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you.
Wow, it looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Ow! Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything! You didn't have to. The smile on your lips give you away. Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya?
I'm sorry. It's all my fault.
Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls?
Mystic Maya!
Wait, Pearls! She just ran off. Ow! Why? That was cruel, Phoenix, Wright? To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that about? Pearls acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. I guess I better take another look around since I finally got the chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from the last 2 days. Phoenix Wright? What? Will you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes, that metal hook there is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that? Oh, that's an anchor for one of the wires that's used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire was tied to this one. Probably the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burned down. Pearl's laying down that smackdown. Grab some burn ointment. Let me get some snow for you, Von Karma, since you got that sick ass burn. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. I didn't say anything. Oh my god. I'm happy she's here. Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix Wright, do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Well, why don't you ask her the next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. And she'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door's also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Well, let's see what the stunning clues concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty! How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think? Franziska von Karma. I seem to remember. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. That's not what I wanted at the bridge. Thank you. You can see Dusky Bridge from here. It's an unusually long bridge, isn't it? I would say it's about 20 yards. I guess the gorge is too wide to cross with a piece of rope or wire, huh? Therefore, no one has crossed the gorge in either direction since the night of the murder. A simple, yet sound deduction, wouldn't you say, Phoenix Wright? Yes, Von Karma. You're right. You're right. Yep. This. It's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry in the sign, though. Come now, Phoenix Wright. What are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply say whatever? That's got nothing to do with anything. Who told you that? You're not wrong, though. This must be the door that leads to the inner temple. It's funny that she calls me American, too, because Phoenix is Japanese. We're all Japanese. Fucking localization. Where Maya Fey was training on the night of the murder. Yes, there's a solitary room there called the training hall. You could do with some training yourself, Phoenix Wright. Ow! What? You're completely out of shape. I don't know how much more of this woman I can take. The sign says Inner Temple. I don't know how you're reading it, but it's incomprehensible to me. Actually, I can't read it either. Feigning comprehension isn't a very good habit to have, Phoenix, right? She looks really happy to finally caught me on something. Yeah, since I'm American and I can't read Japanese, her derp localization. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be here in the training. Yes, it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock? It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. Not move. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains. It's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright! Oh. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. What a pity. It's full of nothing but old clothes for the acolytes. I thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything. Yeah, you can do anything except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. Got her. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... Oh, a woman? I don't see a woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes, there's a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So, when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. But no, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Hanging scroll updated. Oh shit. Suddenly the room got 40 degrees cooler. Prosecutor Godot, I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? I could ask you the same exact question. Huh? But I had a cold, so I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough! I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Trite? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Oh, wow. A little sexist. Just who do you think you are? This case is mine. Hey, Philly, know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only gonna say this once, Lady Von Wippenberg. Go home. Phoenix Wright! Ow! What are you hitting me for? You deserve more cracks in the whip than that, Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger? Or is it sorrow? You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So, what was it? I told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. death. You died? Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So, you mean that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise, it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles in my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. I am sorry, bud. You say you experienced death? How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, trite. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended. And who ended it for me.
Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about.
Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Goda was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, trite? Earlier, you said I've done something I can never undo? What do you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on the side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wondered, trite, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge.
What? Huh? But that's impossible! She came here that night and...
I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where's that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched that cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best.
No!
Which means, trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death.
You fool! If that's the situation, why aren't you in there with the search party right now?
You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open as we speak. Well, trite, once again, a woman dies because of you.
Once again? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey.
Mia?
You killed her.
No, that's not how it was.
It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. But she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget.
But I got that guy, personally.
Sure, Miss Fey's murder was caught, but that won't bring her back.
Well, no, but...
You were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing, trite. You robbed her of her life, and now you've let her sister suffer the same fate.
I haven't sentenced Maya to death? No! What is this peculiar-looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of...
I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would... Well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past.
Very well, then I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with a key.
Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock.
There's no keyhole?
That's right, an interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then, who was it? Simple. The accused. What? Iris? Then when an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was trained in there. Sister Bikini did mention it a couple times, now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So, Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock? I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out! So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot. How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You'd better start praying. You better pray for that friend of yours brings... You better pray that that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. Ow. My feelings. You should choose your friends more carefully, Felix, right? That's what everyone says. It looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. The scroll shows a picture of Misty Fae, master of the Crane channeling technique. But why would anyone cover it in gravy? I can't make out what's drawn on the scroll at all. I'll never understand you Americans and your so-called artists. Artists? Yeah. Sure. That's what happened. That's what happened here. Look at the wafer-thin mattresses. I'm sorry, Phoenix, right? Wafer? Thin? Yeah, you know, thin like a wafer. In other words, uncomfortable. That's how we describe things like these mattresses. I guess you must say wafer thick or something back in Germany. Thick. Damn, boy. Not about these mattresses. Certainly not. It was weird localization. Finally, we get some backstory there on Godot and what's going on with him and how he feels about Phoenix Wright. And it's like, the fuck happened? The fuck happened? It's gonna be so good. It sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. Oh no, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Oh, my brain. This is driving me nuts. Wow! Is something troubling you, Scruffy? But please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting. I finally tap on the shoulder with my whip. So, what's up, Gumshoe? Is something in your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not. How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I am kind of already stuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? Oh, a kind of garden-like garden. A garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn this to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Well, of course. What else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. A new area. Ooh. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? A Von Karma will always show up wherever there's a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here. But... God, I'm fine all day, and then as soon as I start streaming, my nose gets stuffy. It's either stuffy or it's runny. It's always something. Can't I ever just have a perfect stream? No, it can't. because I'm cringe, the stream's gotta be cringe, everything gotta be cringe. So, how's the Inner Temple investigation going? We have the best forensics team in the world working on the place. Working on the place. Forensic team? And what was this outcome of the scientific study? Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got in here, sir. That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? Well, they look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... It's kind of hard to say, actually. I guess I better look into them myself. About Maya. Did Mr. Goda not tell you yet? Yes, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. Well, we'll just have to wait, since she's the only one who could open the door to the secret cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't go expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Oh, hang on one second. Hang on one second. Hang on one second. Okay. Okay, I look at stuff. What the hell is this? Oh, you spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious! It says Maya. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all the questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, sir. Maya, so these letters were written in blood? Yeah. What's worse is it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Donham's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why is Maya's name is written upside down? You know what? That was really bothering me too. But I just came up with the answer, the result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Lee Donham wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. Well, from the writing on the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Donham's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? So Miss Donham was killed here? Well, however you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Vakama? Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer no. But wait a second. The bloody writing and all the other clues here? Someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned out. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. Well, I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. If this really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. There are a couple of torches here. I guess you need all the light you can up here in the mountains.
Yeah, I was looking at those things now. It looks like they've been lit pretty recently.
Recently? How recent are we talking about?
As recent as the night of the murder.
Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think that these things were lit up at the same time, I guess. There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too.
Apparently, it belonged to the victim.
To Miss Elise Stoneham?
Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. And the ends of the cords found on both the victim and on the charm match exactly.
Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Great Master's Talisman, worn by Elise Stoneham, found in the garden of the Minor Temple. Oh, god damn it. A little lantern, a little statue.
It is certainly a quaint little garden.
Oh!
What is this huge bowl over here for? Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it?
Everything else is completely frozen over, but the ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case.
Well, I doused my face earlier in the water in this. I was getting kind of sleepy. Wow! Next time you're sleepy, you need only come to me. Got it?
Damn it, Gumshoe. Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. And it's in almost a perfect rectangle. It couldn't have happened naturally.
Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy? What? Oh, no, it wasn't me, sir! It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation.
If it wasn't the police, then who did it?
Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Just between the three of us, okay?
What is it?
It's top secret. You can't tell anyone, got it?
Understood.
Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see. I was so disappointed, I just picked up my mouth guard and cried the whole way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch.
Is that it?
That's it. Wow!
Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. The fuck, Gumshoe? Although I can't even begin to imagine what the reason could be. I guess that's gonna be it for here. See if I can ask Gumshoe about any of this stuff.
That thing must have been pretty worn by the victim. There's no other way of looking at it.
Must have been worn. You mean because of the matching leather cord found around the victim's neck?
Yeah, I bet it was one of those things that she always wore. I've got this safe driving charm that I've been wearing for over a year now. If I ever get into an accident, it guarantees that it'll be the other guy's fault.
Isn't that supposed to stop you from having an accident in the first place? This was found close to Dusky Bridge, wasn't it?
That's what that artist guy said, yeah. Right after the defendant flew over the burning bridge. According to his testimony, she dropped it when she landed on the other side.
But this crystal didn't belong to Iris. The crystal had dropped out of Miss Elise Stoneham's staff.
And there were traces of blood on it, too.
The real question is, what was it doing near the foot of Dusky Bridge?
It was like a circus today in court. All thanks to this little sketch.
At the risk of repeating myself, you really ought to choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. Okay, I know Larry's a bit out there, but he genuinely wants to help Iris. I'm sure of that. He wouldn't have produced this for no good reason.
You are nothing more than a marshmallow on the inside, the both of you.
What do you make of this photo of the crime scene?
It's really gruesome. All I gotta say is that the killer is messed up in the head. But it turns out that the Shishito thing wasn't even the murder weapon. So then, why would someone stab it in the victim like that?
That's the mystery we're here to solve. What about this, Detective Gumshoe? Any thoughts?
Yeah, well, It's pretty chilly today, huh? My brain doesn't work properly in the cold.
Perhaps we'll just have to wait until summer when it's warmer.
Oh no, my brain doesn't work properly in the heat. I'm kind of weak in the head.
There are some things you shouldn't advertise, Gumshoe, especially in front of her.
That staff belonged to the victim.
Yeah, and apart from the crystal missing from the top, there's nothing wrong with it.
Oh, I just remembered something important. This is just between us, okay?
Is it gonna have anything to do with the case, Detective?
Well, no, but it's really...
Then I'm not interested.
Yes, sir. I didn't follow the ins and outs of it, but it turns out that this wasn't the murder weapon.
If what Sister Bikini saw was right, then no, it's not. She said the murder weapon was thrust into the victim up to the hilt. But the bloodstains on this aren't consistent with her story.
Don't worry, pal. I'll uncover the real murder weapon. If I haven't turned it up by spring, you can take my badge.
The case will be long over by then, Gumshoe.
She sure was a mysterious person. Her real name, her past, it's all a complete mystery.
Still, it strikes me as odd. Why would someone who wishes to remain anonymous become an author?
You know what probably happened? I bet she didn't know her books were going to be such a success, and that's what I think.
That doesn't even... Do you know anything about this scroll, Detective?
Well, I know it smells great. Yeah, this is just the kind of weather for some steamy mashed potatoes and gravy. I really love that stuff. I eat so much of it that my... Ow!
Have you nothing else to say about this than your inane ramblings about gravy?
Not really.
Okay, let's leave it at that, okay?
Hey, that looks good. Is it a cough drop? I tell you, pal, I've had a sore throat all day.
No, that's my Magatama. You can't eat it.
Oh.
At least he doesn't just put stuff in his mouth first and ask questions later anymore. Hey, look, it's my turnings badge.
Good one, pal. You always good for a laugh with your little badge. But a real man has a police badge.
Thanks, Gumshoe.
The situation hasn't changed. We still don't know anything about Maya's whereabouts. She's gotta be in the secret cabin, though. That's the only place left. I heard it's real cold in there. We gotta get her out fast or it could be bad, pal.
Isn't there anything you can do, Detective?
What are you talking about?
Huh?
We're already on it. You couldn't get a faster response from a computer. Mr. Godot put everything in place right away. That guy doesn't mess around.
Godot?
Yeah, the coffee-drinking mystery man who didn't show in court. I gotta say, he totally made me rethink my perception of him, pal. She cross-examined me once, you know. Yeah, that was us, the big guns locking horns. Witness versus lawyer. It was a battle of cunning tactics and tricks.
But the witness isn't supposed to play any tricks.
I can't believe she's gone.
Oh.
Well, apparently the little girl was trapped over here since the night of the murder.
Did she say anything to you about Maya? She wouldn't tell me.
She's not gonna tell me something if she wouldn't even speak to you, pal. She was real upset. She wouldn't stop crying.
Phoenix, Wright, look sharp and go comfort that poor young girl. I will! Trust me, I will!
That guy's got more mysteries than a choose-your-own-escapade book, pal.
Yeah, no, trust me, I already know.
I can't believe he skipped the trial like that without even getting permission. He'd have been fired for sure if he worked for a normal company.
Never would have expected the prosecutor's office to be so lax.
Don't get the wrong impression, Phoenix Wright. More importantly, doesn't it strike you as odd that the police are unaware of that man's medical situation?
Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say the internal medicine. Oh my god, I can't talk. Okay, I already read that. And I already read it immaculately. I don't gotta read again. I don't have pressure. This is my channel. I do what I want. Yeah, why is he hiding that from everyone?
Additionally, it raises another question. Why did he choose to tell only you?
Yeah, why did he? I'm loath to ask you about yourself, but...
Hey, you want to hear something, pal? Come on, I know you do. Maggie said she's gonna buy me a new coat.
Really? That's great!
Yeah, I think it's to say thanks for helping her out during the last case. Which means I can finally check out the stinky sweat coat soaked rag.
You mean you don't have any special attachments to that coat? And after all the effort I took to mail it back to you from Germany.
Oh, well, I'll be sure to take good care of it once it's retired, sir. She's a sweet old lady. She doesn't look like the lying type to me.
But there was a problem with her testimony, wasn't there?
Yeah, but I don't think it was her fault. She was just trying to say the right thing, and it came out wrong. That's all. I know what it's like. It happens to me all the time. For a detective, you are completely lacking in powers of observation.
Oh, I already read that. Iris?
I don't know. I'm not so sure anymore. The clues we found today have turned this case all topsy-turvy. I can't see how Iris could have done it now.
Oh, how interesting, Scruffy. Sadly, I don't share the same sentiment.
Prepare yourself for tomorrow. Talk about a long time.
Do you know why he moved overseas?
Well, I don't know. Probably to look cool?
Huh?
Well, there's a lot of weight attached to doing research overseas, you know. Once I've done my stint in Paris, you'll have to call me Monsieur Gumshoe. I can't even pronounce. What is he even?
People really don't get Edgeworth, do they?
It's his own fault for not explaining anything about himself.
Okay, nothing new. Let's get the fuck out of here. Can I go back to training hall? Okay. The Gertie. I don't... Is Larry here? No? Okay. Yay!
It seems you have a visitor.
Mr. Wright! Iris! I'm really glad to see you! Goodett managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency.
Not him again.
Never mind him. We gotta hurry and unlock the sacred cavern.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's all my fault. Someone so important to you is locked in there.
Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later. Right.
Wait, Edgeworth! I'm coming with you guys!
Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us.
What?
I hate to be the one to break it to you, but my affair is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, Wright. It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere.
Come on, Edgeworth!
If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright.
But it's Maya! Mr. Wright? All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright.
From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us.
Ow! Why? This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention?
She's right. Thanks for reminding me.
Baka, it's not like I like you or anything.
Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her.
Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My! Hello, you two! How are you doing?
From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down.
Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome, crimson-clad prince.
Did she talk about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris, she was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her?
Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain.
Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Bluesuit doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see.
Huh? With me? Ow! Yes! You did great, Sister I was literally spectacular!
You two were the only ones who said that to me! I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew.
Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright?
Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that, but I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those cyclocks of hers. Oh shit, do I really have all the information I need? Maybe I do? Oh god. Well, let's do us a heckin' save. We'll see what I can do. Piranha! Hello! Welcome, welcome. They're in the process of saving your waifu right now. There's a chance she could be dead. But, don't worry. They're there. Everything will be fine. We found Pearls. Pearls is fine. Pearls is okay. And now Von Karma's with us. Edgeworth's here. And we're trying to save Maya. Godot showed up. And, he revealed a whole lot of good stuff that you should probably catch up on. Because I'm not gonna do it. Because it was a lot. And then this. Sister Bikini, the truth is, oh my god, let's see what I can do here. This piece of evidence proves Miss Donham's true identity. Oh, this. Bam! Miss Donham had this charm with her at all times. Where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then... What do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What can a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops! This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Donham really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove that Miss Donham's true identity. Well, of course, it could be, maybe, well, it, no, maybe, okay, I don't think Maya would want you, in your grief, to go on a mass murder spree. It's not the kind of man that she'd marry. Is it this? I don't think I have anything to answer that question. Do I have anything like that? Oh, heck. I'm gonna cheat. Let me cheat and look at the fact here. I want to beat this game so I can start Danganronpa. And Apollo Justice. Because I can totally stream that from my laptop. Anyway. Let's see. Where the hell is this interrogation? Where is it? Where is it? Where's the rum ham? Okay, here we are. I was way further than I should have been. Okay, I did that. Okay. Okay. Apparently it's the scroll. The painting is obscured by the gravy stain at the moment. But this scroll shows the master of the crane channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of an honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman of the victim carried with her.
Oh,
This crest is reserved for the Master of Kurain.
who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about.
The new master, Maya Fey, told me.
What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Face?
Daughter? Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Face's sole successor.
Mystic Misty!
Yay! Yay! Piranha, no! I can't do reactions. I'm reading. I'm trying to get through this. I will not do it. I'm sorry. Not today. I'm trying to beat the game.
Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all.
What is the significance of this talisman, sister?
The Kurain talisman? It's the symbol of the Master Kurain. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death.
Until their death? So Elise Donham was really Maya's mother? Huh.
She was Misty Fey, the master of the Kurain channeling technique.
The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here.
Tell me, sister, after 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding.
What happened?
Well... What's happening? It can't be... Earthquake! Wow! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cavern in the training hall! It might well cave in! What? Maya!
It seems to have passed.
Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go!
What? Where?
To the inner temple, of course! Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course! You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you.
Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright.
You look worried.
Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth?
Come on, let's go. Come in, Maya. We gotta hurry to the temple and... Right. Ah! What are you doing here?
How could I...
How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Ow! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped?
She's gone.
No!
The defendant, Iris. She's gone.
Gone where?
She fled. She escaped.
What?
So it was just now, during the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness, his fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendants alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? There's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to the side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth, have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like that of an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Then you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth, I'm sure she's in the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could ever expect. The fuck? How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris! Iris! Please tell me! What the hell is going on? Ew! Intrigue! The plot thickens. That plot is dummy thick. That plot be dummy thick. Check out the cake on that plot. Right. Is this what Godot was talking about? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly... There's no telling what sort of mistakes you can make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Oh, Von Karma, you actually care. She's a nice girl. She just tsundere. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in the corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm gonna stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Okay, hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second. One second. One second. Okay. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried. I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but... But what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Francisco Von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. Now there's like fucking 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure that Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. Gotta wait another day? Maya, you're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen at the same evening at the inner temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the inner temple. It's as if you were. Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. God damn it. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. Oh my gosh, she's not gonna tell us. She's not gonna tell us. Yeah, I don't. Let's go. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. If Pearls will talk to me. Let's go to... Let's go talk to Gumshoe first. We gotta go to that courtyard. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just on this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. But not yet. I wonder if Sister Bikini's back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Looks like Sister Bikini is not here. She must be sorting things out after the quake. Must be hard on her with her bad back. There are a few things I really need to discuss with her. Guess I'll drop by again later and see if she's around. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Korean. Whoop, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we lost along the way. I would never have guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. That was supposed to be singing that reggae style? That's not gonna happen. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be alright. Airtight. Hey, oh, hey, pal. Huh? Who? Me? Oh, how long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So, what are you up to, detective? Oh, I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? That Bob sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? Well, I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe?
I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. It looks like the Moida weapon, the Moida took place in the inner temple garden. And they're talking that they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ.
What? You mean...
I don't have the details, pal. All I know is that if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation.
What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here?
You got me, I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Oh, Mr. Godot.
Godot? What did he mean by that? About that letter you found.
Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the Moida weapon. And all I find is some burnt-up old letter.
Burnt-up old letter?
Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple.
The incinerator? I knew it! I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder.
What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look.
Can I? Do you mind?
Well, sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Give me that.
It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I'd better give it a good looking over and some serious thought.
Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal.
God damn it. So, what do you know about the murder weapons, the real murder weapons so far?
Well, it wasn't the Shishishito that were found impaled on the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today.
Yeah, that's true.
In which case, it must have been another blade.
And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh?
Yeah, and man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We got the feather forensics on our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this.
Secret weapon? Well, what's this secret weapon of yours?
Oh, you want to know? You gotta think scientifically, okay?
Alright.
The Moida weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far?
No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll just let him look smart.
So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector!
Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away.
Well, you want to give the scientific investigation a go?
Huh? Me?
I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try?
I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out? Or not? Yes. Because video games.
Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you.
Alright then. I guess I'll give it a whirl here.
Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive, you can make it cry. It's so high-tech that you could skydive off it.
Oh, bother.
So now I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real Moida weapon is around here somewhere, right?
Sure, that's what we're trying to find out.
Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector signal bouncing off something metallic. Next, move the detector around and give its courtyard a good look-see, pal. Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you've hit something on something metallic. And when that happens, press the X button to give the area a good hard stare. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal?
How about this hole in the ground here? This looks like a wallet?
Aha! So that's where it's been!
Is it yours, Detective?
I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it.
But you still dropped it anyway.
Yeah, but now I found it again, pal.
Your wallet is completely empty.
Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore.
Damn it. Then how come the metal detector picked it up?
Well, must be because of the bell, I guess.
Uh-huh. That's odd. This sled's made of plastic.
Well, it says bikini number 1 on the side.
Maybe there's something under it? Hey, what's this? A badge?
Ho ho! I've been hunting high and low for that.
It's yours, detective?
Well, that thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. A cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sure glad I put that dime in there now.
How did you manage to drop your badge here of all places?
I know. I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with the sled and...
Stop. I don't want to hear anymore. Looks like there's something round buried in the ground here.
Don't touch that, pal!
Huh? What is it?
It's a trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. They're real nasty.
A trap for detectives? You mean like those fierce traps with the sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg?
Yeah, those. I got my finger caught in one of those once.
Your finger?
There was this bit of cheese, and it looked so tasty. And I reached out, and then BAM!
I'm not sure I know how to respond to a story as stupidly pitiful as that.
That shishito next to the golden statue wasn't the real Moida weapon, pal.
Yeah, I know. I thought I'd just check it again anyway.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you know about that sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all endings as one.
Yeah, I heard something about that.
You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division.
You think about that kind of stuff, detective?
Well, of course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as the Blue Badger.
There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. Spin off, please. That shishito next to... No, that's not what I was looking at.
Look, a ladder.
That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me. Every game since Maya's not here. Gumshoe does it. That's not Slice Cane. Have you not seen this case? Then you need to catch up. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects.
I've met plenty of guys like you, always picking on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing.
No, they're not. They're completely different.
You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you could miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal.
Last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. Trophy earned. Ladders versus step ladders. That's amazing. I love it. Huh? Hey, I found $1 coin.
Huh? Money? If you find money, you have to turn it into the police, pal, or a detective. If the owner doesn't come forward within 6 months, you get to keep 10%. The other 90% goes to, I mean, to the police department.
Don't get so close to me, detective. Give me some space, will you? Social distancing. 6 feet. 6 feet, detective. Here's the coin, Happy.
Oh, I definitely made the right decision becoming a detective.
Talk about a serious case of denial. This must be an old panhandle or something.
How do you know that?
Huh? What?
That was my nickname in junior high.
What, panhandle?
I didn't have much money back then, pal. I used to bum stuff off the other kids sometimes, so they called me the panhandler.
Panhandler? Huh? I can see that.
Thinking back, it's actually kind of a nice memory now.
I don't know if... This is Miss Donham's staff, isn't it?
Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood.
But the detective's reacting to it.
Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic.
Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it?
It's weird that this thing is causing a racket.
Here, let me take a look at it.
Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the...
Ah, the top's coming off.
Well, look what you've done, you damaged a really important piece of evidence!
Oh, ah!
That's
A sword.
inside the staff?
Is this... Could it be?
The Moira weapon?
No, not the lead. What the... Why did it stop me from the... Why did it stop me from the top? Okay. I'd never guessed there was to be a sword concealed in the victim's staff.
Well, they call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. And this one's a real gem. The workmanship's really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have been stabbed with her own foot.
I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was in the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword?
Well, no one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now.
Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it.
Then I guess this isn't the Moira weapon, huh?
No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder.
Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, this thing's definitely the Moira weapon. Great job, pal.
It's about the same length as the Shishito, too. This must be the murder weapon.
Okay, I'm gonna run over the forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it's been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know.
You're gonna get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while?
Huh? What are you talking about, pal?
Please. Just until we find Maya.
Maya? What's this got to do with her?
I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach.
Whoa, how so?
Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and... well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel.
You don't think... Maya's been murdered? Please, detective!
Let's just wait until we get inside the sacred cavern.
You're looking kind of viridian there. Okay. Just stop with the face, pal. Oh, one thing, though. This staff's secret trick, let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished.
I understand.
This is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay, now that you take good care of it, pal.
Thank you, detective.
Don't worry, she'll be fine.
Gumshoe.
You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal?
Oh, Gumshoe, you're best guy, Gumshoe. Fucking love you. Sure. Thanks. I can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Dunham doing with a staff like this in the first place? Intrigue! Don't slap Gumshoe. He's helping. He's best guy. He's an idiot, but he's also best guy. Alright. Let's get out of here. We're gonna go to not examine. We're gonna go to outside. God, what is happening today? Yo, video games. Am I right? Am I right? Wow, that's so relatable. Like and subscribe for more dang content. I'm not apologizing for it. I'll keep saying it. I'll keep doing it. Oh, actually, no. Now we can go down to Heavenly Hall.
Oh, Mr. Nick!
Pearls! What are you doing here?
Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright?
Well, we don't know yet.
Oh, I see.
Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick?
Larry?
This is a loser shack, where losers get together to lose themselves.
This is the what?
Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that?
Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Larice did a picture of me.
That's, great, Pearls.
We're gonna gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way.
I don't believe this. Why can't he just try getting fired up over becoming a better man?
No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down.
Oh, Mystic Maya.
Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture?
I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now, with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore.
What am I gonna do with him? Alright then. What do you think about the picture, Pearls?
I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing.
See? Someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know.
It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I'd love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy.
No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night.
But Mr. Larice...
Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase. I beg of you.
I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw.
But I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck, and I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture.
And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value.
Hey, what's with the look of doubt on your face?
Pearls?
Yes, Mr. Nick?
I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it happened?
I was just, well, you know, I'm just a kid. I'm not sure really what I was doing. Does it, Mr. Nick?
Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Donham's room reading a book together. But Miss Donham was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls?
I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick.
No! God damn it! Oh, so thick.
I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished.
What are you talking about, Pearls?
My spiritual power, it's disappeared.
What? Our powers have disappeared? What do you mean your powers disappeared, Pearls?
It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint.
Hey, what are you looking at me for?
Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps.
Way to go, Nick! You made her cry! That was really cruel of you!
Just as I thought. I'm gonna have to break her psych locks to get the truth out of her. But can I do it? Can I do it? No, I can't. Let's leave. I'm just saying, fuck it. Let's just use a fact so I can get through this without being a dumbass. So we can play Apollo Justice and a brand new game.
Well, what's the damage? How's the sacred cavern?
It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. A much, much bigger problem. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern.
But who? Who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those in the Korean tradition.
We have Iris at the sacred cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about, Sister Bikini.
Oh, yes. We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we?
Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Korean disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at the temple.
It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise... No, I mean, Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved that she was the master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Karain tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them."
Someone was trying to destroy the main family line?
There's only one heir to the title of master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child's become the new master of Karain, and her daughters, the main family. All other mediums become branch family members, with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line.
Is this the power of the master? Is the power of the master worth so much bloodshed?
You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know, its power is real.
Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the mask case? And during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most.
Feels. Hey, random dude, how's it going?
The Karain technique has made a huge difference in the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead? That's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill?
I suppose so, but with all the power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now.
Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see, all because of one little mistake.
A mistake? What mistake?
It was 17 years ago.
Oh, come on, Phoenix, you know.
That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident.
The DL6 incident. That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is? Good.
I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file.
That's from the very first fucking game. The DL6 incident? I knew it. That's why when I played that case in the first game, I'm like, remember, this will be super important at the end of the series. The DL6 incident? I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago.
Oh, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case.
A murder that took place 17 years ago.
It was the first time in the country's history that the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer.
And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother.
Though Misty's channeling, through it, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action.
But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he?
That's right. He was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Karain tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of the Karain village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Missy's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone was still thought of her as a fraud.
But I know the truth. Misty's Faye's channeling spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all.
Well, of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Karain tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan...
Does she mean Maya?
The spiritual power of the Karain channeling technique is in the blood.
Maya's told me the exact same thing before.
We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us.
According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power.
The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Omni. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master.
And the ones who don't become branch families, right?
That's right. And it's always the cause of tragedy.
You know, Maya had a sister too. An older sister named Mia.
Oh yes, I've heard of her.
What? You know about Mia?
Well, of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother.
And lost her life as a result.
Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition.
Really?
Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt.
That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister, too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the majesty from her.
Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know.
Oh, we know! Oh, we know! Morgan? There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now, at Maya's home in Crane Village. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. AKA Pearls.
I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris...
Huh? Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this?
That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter.
Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter?
Whoops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already.
I have. I know her very well.
Oh?
Yes, Pearls. Pearl Faye. But I always thought that she was an only child.
You jest! That child! She's Mystic Morgan's! I had no idea! Mystic Morgan? But she's in prison now, isn't she?
Yes. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator to a murder case last year. Which we did here on my channel. Like and subscribe for more Dane content. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master.
I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2.
Wait, what? Three?
Yes, Iris and her twin sister. And Mystic
Twin sister?
Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Karane's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become master, he left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us by here at the temple. And that was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister... Could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler.
Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh?
Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family.
Anger? What do you mean?
Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream of that a child of hers would one day lead the clan.
That's why she had pearls?
It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confined her.
So Iris has a twin sister. The plot is so thick. The plot is dummy thick. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get some more info. Come on, Phoenix. You know who the sister is. We all know who the sister is. I'm not going to say it just in case you don't know. And if you don't know, go back and watch this entire series. Okay, so... we're done with Bikini. The cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ugh!
Hey! Don't you run away!
What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away! I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the criminal affairs department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance that this is the actual scene of the crime. That's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little kids in the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. I'm glad they're summarizing everything for all this, because there's going to be some big reveals. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen when we passed out, and that's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there! But it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. And not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the criminal affairs department to look at her file. Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I'd seen her face before. 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public.
What? Why not? It might be a crucial piece of the puzzle to solve the case.
The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Hey, Edgeworth, did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me. But the problem is, she didn't know the name of the twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently, her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Oh, shit! If you didn't see it coming, here it is! Again! She's
Big!
Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. It was my first court case, 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right?
We did this case. We did this case before. Like and subscribe and go check it out.
You knew about the case. You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler.
I'm glad they're showing all of this. So if you haven't seen it, you can be caught up.
And 5 years after that, she murdered her only sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected to this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest to only historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey.
Mia Fey? Mia Fey?
At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since the guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, Wright? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead. And once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead? I wonder. Seems you're not always aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's her mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Karain channeling technique. Did you say Karain channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh yes, I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of a channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file, and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Karain channeling technique is real.
Ooh, baby. Baby.
Okay. Okay, we're all done here.
Take that!
Bitch! It's time for some lasagna. The night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing that night. You said that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be true?
Yes, that's where I was.
Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder.
Take that!
I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini? Her testimony in court today was very clear.
That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple.
Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris? You were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder.
That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late.
What time was that?
Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So I would have left about 9:40 p.m., I think.
I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you.
Huh?
Now you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this.
Take that!
You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said that you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have.
Who's that?
Me?
Mr. Wright?
We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten.
No, that's right. I remember.
And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in two different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove two things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. On the night of the incident, you were seen in two different places at the same time, which means there must have been two of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris.
But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible.
Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certain seems to suggest otherwise.
You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves that there is more than one of me.
Oh no, baby. What is you doing? What is you doing, baby?
Take that!
I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps. That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. That cunt. A woman I only know too well.
I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer...
Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you, who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne.
But you just said yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that?
Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Kurain channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Oh, shit.
I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month.
Just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before?
Because my sister always does the right thing.
Excuse me?
And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again.
You betrayed her? What do you mean?
That's why I have to accept that I may be found guilty. It's the only way.
What is she talking about?
You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down this twisted path. She started committing crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her.
How did you betray her, Iris?
It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange were to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing.
What?
But I got scared, so I ran away.
What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful!
But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money.
Huh?
It was revenge on our father.
Revenge? What do you mean by revenge?
He was a hideous man. He threw our father away and then sent her to hell.
Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay.
Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many businesses and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. And that's the reason our father married our mother in the first place. For power. But his plan backfired. Because he's been very battered spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fay clan.
That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me.
What is it?
During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him?
Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts.
Okay, I see. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome.
Hurry up, Phoenix Wright! There is still much to investigate!
Leave the locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise.
Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's psych lock. Let's go!
Where is the pearls? Oh, she's not there.
That's right. She's at with Larry. Let's go there. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack.
Oh, Mr. Nick.
Huh. You're too late, Nick. If you came in for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding.
Take that!
Okay. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Nellie Stoneman's room, reading a book together, correct?
Yes, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end.
You didn't go?
No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried, I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous.
So Pearls never went to Miss Donham's room? Because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you?
Take that!
You went here, didn't you, Pearls? So she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what you were so worried about? Now I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay?
You mean you knew?
Well, if I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth?
Okay.
You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this. It's obvious that you were so worried about Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course.
I signed up for your special course. Well, my, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you want to become one with those you channel.
Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you?
Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out what she was doing in her temple.
Then we're clear now that you went to her temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the inner temple?
It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started, but there was so much snow, and so I didn't get there until after 10.
Until after 10? How did you know what time it was?
Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out.
She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple's bell is pretty small though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing.
I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible.
She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Hey, you guys better hear that bell when you smash that bell for more notification for taking content.
Huh? Oh,
I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about the bell was because of this, which I haven't even looked at. Be careful. Once night falls, it should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is... She is Here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is burned, tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper.
What did you...
In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell.
I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing.
These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls.
For me? No.
As you can see, a large portion has been burned, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and the purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who she was trying to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name in the letter.
Huh?
It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris who Sister Bikini met in the temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was?
No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading the instructions.
I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote the set of instructions for you to follow? Oh boy. Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you to do it. That's why.
Well, how did you...
I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Oh, all right, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth.
Mr. Nick,
Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this.
don't underestimate me. It's just because I'm a child.
Huh?
If you're trying to say I follow these instructions, I like to see them proof.
What?
Because I don't think you have any.
Ugh! She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out these instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right, there's no evidence that proves it was you.
I knew it.
However, I do know that whoever did it was a child.
Huh? Well, how do you know that?
It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that.
Simple mistake? What do you mean by that?
I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you've been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it.
Take that!
Because you're adorable. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it?
What? Why? Well, why would I do something like that?
Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades, and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast among the others, did you?
How do you know that?
Well, remember the conversation you had with Miss Donham on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together.
Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading.
Well then, would you like to practice reading with me?
Miss Elise, so, for example, how you read this?
It says, gravely. It's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Donham taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant.
Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food.
And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from the night's pot roast.
To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea.
You're so fucking cute.
I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother asked me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right.
Oh, Pearls. It's okay. It's okay.
Hey, raccoon!
It did not alert me. I didn't see you there. She's about to hard kick you, homie. She almost did. She almost did.
After dinner that night, I did go to Inner Temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy.
The gravy?
I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Karain, like I said in the letter.
I see. And then?
Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the Inner Temple guest area.
The guest area?
Yes, I thought I could wait there until the training was over.
Why didn't you just go into the training hall?
Well, because Miss Maya's main training already started, and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was, and I prayed for her to get through it. But then,
Pearls, did you fall asleep?
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it.
Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens.
Anyway, then you found yourself trapped in the Inner Temple.
Yes, when I woke up it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and
let off some steam by chucking the gravy onto the scroll while you cried.
It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too.
Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. That's fine, Raccoon. I'm glad you stopped by, though. I enjoy your visits, even if they are short. I get it. Time difference and all that. Like, a whole bunch of people were watching the stream, and then they revealed a whole bunch of plot twists, and, like, everyone left. I think. I don't know, YouTube's not always accurate when it's telling me who's watching. But it sucks. They're missing so much stuff.
It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the temple when I heard the bell ring.
So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit?
No. I tried, but I couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it?
I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, and the whole time. But I just couldn't do it.
Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying to the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that.
So she never managed to channel the spirit? Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone?
Yes, I don't know what to do.
Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
I suppose there's only one other possibility. It's not very likely, though.
Could you please tell me what it is anyway?
Well, it could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone else? What do you mean?
Well, there's only one of each spirit, right?
Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken.
Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearl's could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I know. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm trying to finish it, so hopefully I know it's not the same, but you could watch the videos and catch up. But yes, have a good night, man. And I'll see you whenever I see you next.
I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish.
Her final wish?
Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully.
Ah, this letter. I definitely need to find out more about it.
My mother had gone to a place called a penitentiary.
Yeah, I know, Pearls.
I visit her every month, and last month she told me, "The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae Clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden."
She about to sing Mama Knows Best.
My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much.
Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right?
She said it was for the good of the Fae Clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae Clan, so it had to be good for her too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
Oh, she's so cute. I can't tell her the truth. I guess so, yeah.
So there was a letter. There was a picture with her letter too.
A picture?
Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually, a picture's enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time,
Pretty weird, huh?
Like Larry knows it. Like you fucking go sit down.
there's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone already opened it before.
That sure is pretty strange.
Someone had opened it already? Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out.
You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be all right.
Oh, look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Finally figured it out, have you, Trent? You finally realize how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is. Godot! The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lockbreaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. I realize that, but... And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on! What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all.
Mr. Nick? Is what that man just said true?
It'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick.
My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child. My Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now, finally, after all this time, the Master Seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. Bitch, no. Bitch, no. Bitch, no. The plot thickens. I'm trying to. There's still a bunch. But I'm gonna try to finish it today. I'm gonna try to finish it.
Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself?
Oh, morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya.
I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation's still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks from the training hall?
No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange. Edgeworth! What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness to the prosecution. What? Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Oh, sorry, her. Francesca Von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Francesca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be? But Godot. Godot? Francesca is engaged in some important work over at the Sacred Cavern.
Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She's been out there all night, trying to remove those trick blocks. Oh, Francesca, best girl. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken out in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case short today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your code on someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner.
Oh, thanks. You my bro. That my boy right there. That my boy.
I still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donham. No, I mean Miss Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end.
Smack! Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Azure Temple.
Your Honor, what are you...
Who, me? Oh, well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers early this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him.
I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers? That explains a lot.
My poor brother, he looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here.
It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past, and we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Oh, well said, Mr. Godot. I understand exactly what you've said, at least up until the end, anyways. Well then, now, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. Sure, you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendant?
Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first?
Schmack! Very well, this court will now hear the defendant's confession.
Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's alright. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donham?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it.
What? Nani? Smack! Order the court! Order! Witness, are you saying that you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in the court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat?
Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite?
Oh, that Godot.
So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie.
Well, yeet!
Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime are you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket.
I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. Daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey.
Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite.
She's named
Maya! Smack! Oh my god, order the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer?
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes, and then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
That's ridiculous! Maya could never do such a... Smack! The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor.
I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction.
I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
So it was in self-defense?
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. And that's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that person who did go was that woman. That hoe over there. Iris even admitted it.
Smack! Or now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon.
Wait a minute.
What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Donham tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Fey? Yes, exactly. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. If that's how you say it. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, Lawyer Boy? Do I have a problem with Iris' testimony? Well, there is one thing. Your Honor? I have a small problem with the witness' testimony.
You do? But this witness is your own client.
Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir.
Hey, wait, just a moment. That's my job to say that.
Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled the dagger from inside her robe. No, Sister Iris. There's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Donham throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Donham really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought that there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony.
Smack! Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point.
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright? I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Donham would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Because she's her mom. Elise Donham would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donham. Her real name? Misty Fey. Fey? Huh? No! Not missing Misty Fey?
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to...
Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey.
Are you serious?
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donham actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter? One that she hadn't seen in 17 years? Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation of why she would try to do such a thing.
Smack! Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness' testimony, it seems natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter? But despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible. Except for one little thing.
Yes? What is that one little impossible thing?
You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken my first sip of my 8th cup of coffee for the morning.
Alright, you're gonna ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty.
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? The dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of coffee for the morning.
Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago?
I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed at such notice.
Well, in any case, the court will accept the dagger's evidence. Furthermore, I ordered that a blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Smack! Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Cute girls never lie. Ever.
Smack! In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
Or about the incident you saw. The battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Missy's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
Oh, that seems reasonable. Smack! Well, now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Well, no, because stabbed in the back.
Objection!
Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? Well, according to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Or yeah, I think so.
But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
Ah! No!
Yamido!
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and back. You get my drift?
Is that all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff? The people fighting being mother and daughter? And now she falsely claims that the victim was stabbed in the stomach. Oh, there certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Goda, explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light? By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on the nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, well, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light the stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Motion lightning?
Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak.
Isn't that right, Wright?
No!
Smackaroni and cheese! Order! Order!
Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. The stone lantern was not lit the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood.
Oh boy! So the judge didn't know about that yet? Written in blood?
It says Maya upside down.
What the?
Oh, yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
Smack! Boy, it certainly looks that way.
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about?
What do you mean, what are we all talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood? Nonsense! This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be... he can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think about it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that.
Smack! Well, in any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot?
Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from the caffeine overdose.
I believe it has now been established that Miss Donham was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong! Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Crane tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way to Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the shishish to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved your body?
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fei clan. But even so, I never imagined that at least Dona was actually Misty Fei. I've committed a terrible sin.
Alright, a terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Smack! Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
After Mystic Elise died, wait a second. I don't care. Because then I used the snowmobile to carry back to Hazakura Temple and...
What? The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details?
Yeah, about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, yeah, naturally you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see, snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
Her. Or how about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about the testimony?
It's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made to be added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. This should be fun. Let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir. Because there's no business like snow business. Oh, har, 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 har.
No! Wait, is it here? Nope, I used the wrong place.
That wasn't the added test statement, was it?
Wait. Okay. Here. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible.
What?
This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you say that?
Well, because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire.
What did you say? The bridge? It was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of the lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be. It can't be.
It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
Smack! Order!
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body.
Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection!
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man.
What, me? How dare you?
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
Well, yes, of course, but...
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Donim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Witness Iris desecrating Elise Donim's body. He makes a good point, on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying.
Then what are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory's still somewhat hazy.
You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Shrike, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow, the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick.
Well, not exactly, no.
I know there must be some other way she got across that burnt out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth.
It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony is the truth.
Smack! All right, then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
Well, you've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will this be her final testimony?
Hey, Lost One.
Didn't see you there. Yes, we are doing this again. We're trying to finish this, because not only can I play the next game by streaming it off my laptop, but I have another game that I wanted to play when I finish this game, because it's not, I guess it's kind of similar to this. So, yeah, that's what we're doing. Other than walking over the bridge, there was no way to move the body, so I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge?
So it was just a misunderstanding, I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. Blast? Bolt? It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall.
Well, clearly it would have been impossible to carry a corpse across the bridge in this condition.
Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder. Trite, I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
Schmack! All right then, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination.
You can actually present the sketch on any of her statements for this one, but I put it for the one that makes most sense. A dead body falling over a burning bridge? I wouldn't exactly rule out that possibility.
What?
You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous.
Smack! Who is it? Who is the witness?
I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on attacking. Go, go, go. Miss Elise Donham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Larice Donham.
Brilliant?
Highly gifted. Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night, he was at the mountain shack, Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. An exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your arguments?
Uh-oh. Joe's looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I am pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. Huh? If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that?
Schmack! Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whiskerface is going to let me forgive him any more mistakes. Anymore. He's not going to be nice to me. Alright, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Larice Donham is a complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about the sketch.
I'm no art critic, but even I can see that.
No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Larice Donham stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So, what exactly contradicts reality as we know it?
Yeah.
Please count. Okay, good. It's this wire connected to the bridge.
The wire?
Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality.
Well... Or that's a photo dusky bridge, correct?
Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge,
jumping Jehoshaphat,
the wires are below the guard wires.
Smack! Order! Order! This sketch is somewhat different from what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong? Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. No, I'm right. I'm Phoenix right. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is definitely a possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying that you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed the event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now, ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which means that he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back? I can't see how this relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires on the sketch go up instead of down.
What? Oh.
No way. Larice Donham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down.
Schmackaroni! What? This sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Donham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. ridiculous.
Smack, smack, smack! Order, order, order!
Of all the things to say, a pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to make a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means that it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yeah, that sounds about right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night could only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared that rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there.
Smack! Well, in that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory.
Y'all a bunch of idiots. Y'all a bunch of idiots.
And the meaning of this is?
If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
What? This is one of the wires from the bridge.
When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Ellie Stonham's body. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Got him!
Smackaroni and cheese, Mr. Goda!
Well, it seems that Mr. Goda is more focused on his coffee than answering my question.
It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung by a pendulum? Yeah, I do, actually. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see that it's one in front of the inner temple.
So then, that was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Now, let us consider the body's movement by looking over the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What makes you think something like that happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped from some distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death.
10 feet, huh?
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum and then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this bloodstained amethyst crystal is the one that came off of Miss Elise Stonham's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found.
Indeed, I believe it's already marked on his overhead map. The crystal was found...
Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed.
Smack! Oh, this explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright?
I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing.
Oh, and what would that be?
The aroma. Uh-huh. A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak coffinese. Could you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body over to the side like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say to that, Trite? Oh, come on, we just did that. At the beginning of this case. At the beginning of this day.
Mr. Goda is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. We literally just talked about this.
Very well then. Please, Mr. Wright, who was the person that received the body?
Oh my god. Like, why are people like this? It can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? But I
don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one who could have managed it. Trite, were you even listening to the witness testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Well, strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
Mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
Schmack! What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying that witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing here at the witness stand, her real name is... I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Sister Iris has a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, that name rings some bells, or distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh yeah, I remember now. Oh, that case, 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine. Oh no, the honor's all mine. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
What? Smack! Order!
Wait a minute. How could you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
Shut the fuck up! You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Karain channeling technique flows within that body.
The Karain channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that?
That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone, on the very night of the murder, to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes.
Objection.
We're supposed to believe that a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 o'clock p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
What, that means that Iris was at the dinner was a real Iris?
And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister bikini saw in the temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? This is getting into burn the witch. She's a witch. Build a bridge out of her. Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall, where they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that.
Phew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems off. Way off! I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from that night. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places.
Switch places? Schmack! To be perfectly honest, there's still quite a few things I don't understand. But I don't know. That unless we confirm the witness' identity, we can't continue this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
Oh, bitch. There was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh? Explain yourself.
Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised.
Smack! Who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to move freely about was...
This is... Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake?
Earthquake! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might... How could I have... She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
Smack, man, smack. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now, see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and...
It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice.
Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired.
So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here?
Dahlia fucking Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself.
Ooh, bitch. Plot twist. Got so many plot twists, even M. Night Shyamalan be blushing. But wait, there's more. Smack. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes. How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're learning the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you see what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
Alright, in any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would have to first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
Sure, that means you really...
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey?
Yes, you have a problem with that?
Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Settle it and smash.
Mr. Gore, that's correct. And by the way, well, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true?
The whole plan began with my death.
You were executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed your plan.
Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fay the master of Kurain.
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought that she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor that she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master.
You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister Iris.
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible!
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her.
Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous! She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the plane pin. Why can't I say it? Why can't I say that sentence? You were gonna kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would simply have used her body to finish the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. Ugh. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical, so no one could tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think that it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed that she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya is just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, then why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it. Being the kind and gentle soul that you are, you may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my goal was? Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain as she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved so much. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way that I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different from that of Morgan Fey.
Schmack! As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you there's not a thing you can do to me. Oh my god, this bitch. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff and that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So it was at least Donam who channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Sorry, I keep going to the fact, and YouTube's not telling me that I get comments. I keep not reading your messages for a while. I'm sorry, Lost One. Get the party balloons and cake. Maya is dead, JK. Aww. Wait, so Maya really dead? We don't know. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean, no clear memory?
I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in a sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure that she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you. Huh. I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying that you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern?
Yes. I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge, so I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the secret cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone to the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What did you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out, so instead I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped, but just then Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris. She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. I came from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean by your plan has succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Faye. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Faye, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Faye. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human could commit. And that is matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. Ugh. No way!
Smack, smack, smack! Order the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Faye. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Faye's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Faye has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River?
Maya Faye killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oops. Sorry, that's my fault. What kind of ringtone is that? Go to here. Okay, thanks.
Was it something important?
They just finished removing the locks to the sacred cavern.
That's great! What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Faye?
It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she?
There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern.
No! It can't be! I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No!
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Donham, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Faye jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River.
It can't be.
trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem.
What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means that if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge.
That's right, that's where she jumped from.
No, bitch, there's no river down there! But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Cause there's rocks there. Don't get your panties all twisted up, trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River?
Schmack! Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims that Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Yeah. Yeah. It's impossible to jump into Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows this better than the witness.
What'd you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh, you're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should have been able to see her body in the photo. Huh, so you have finally figured it out.
You... No! Schmack! Oh my god! Order! Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth?
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What's just one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead, but I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom! There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. Maya Fey's here?
Oh, she's in my courtroom?
Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said, I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
What? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey. That pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct?
Huh?
It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. There was someone who called you. Oh my god, they're really getting... God damn it.
Take that!
This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it. And Missy Faye's gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already! I can't stand attention!
Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey!
What? Schmack! How could that be?
Remember that this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, she said about her goal.
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey.
Well, yeah, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be?
Looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you.
To protect herself from me?
Yeah. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide?
You mean that's when she channeled me?
All this time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you.
No, don't say that! You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself. Isn't it obvious?
You dumb bitch. But no, it would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape to Maya. Oh man, I keep forgetting to look at the chat. I'm sorry, Lost One. Yep. There was only one avenue of escape to open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear was from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world? She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who would ever have given her such a brilliant idea? Well... Mia! Mia Fey? It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yes. You're something else.
But what are you doing here?
That hair. It's Pearl's, right? So tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night once more. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did?
Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo and the situation that she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do.
She did that? I can't believe it.
Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was?
I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down two things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there?
Yes, but why did you order her to do those two things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls! Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs.
Well, yeah, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you! I won't forget this!
Why not just admit it? Dahlia Hawthorne, your little plan was nothing but a big failure. F's for her plan. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say?
What do you mean by another?
Oh, to think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago? The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was all because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny.
You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face.
And now, this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you.
Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey! You spinster! I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would! And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death!
True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me.
What? What did you say?
Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said that there was no way that we could punish you, because you were already dead.
What about it?
Well, then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp.
You, Myro, you're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you?
It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. She needs some milk. Spooky! Ooh, you get the chills. I'm not ready.
Not ready to go!
Nick, sis? Holy shit! Now then, I assume you are the real Irish.
Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
Well, it seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime.
Maya Fey as well as the young Pearl Fey. We're also the victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Hello! That's... You must be Piranha. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? Well, about this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of the Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and on all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first, we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Oh, I never thought of it that way. Alright, at any rate, it's time to pass judgment on the case of Irish of Hajikura Temple.
Objection!
It's Piranha, last one. And yes, Apollo's games are finally going to be played. Alright, my games are finally going to be played! You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil's spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in the front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Oh yeah, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise, Dono, no, Misty Fey. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. Man, Prada, you've missed so many plot twists. It's insane. Like, we learned that Dahlia Hawthorne and Iris are Pearl's sister. They're all sisters. I don't know if you saw that. I think you missed it. But they're all sisters. And Morgan Fey, who's in jail, hatched a plan to have Pearl kill Maya by using Dahlia, spirit. Right? Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk into this evidence that proves her innocence. No way. Yeah, the amount of plot twists in this game, that's what I was saying, like, the whole series. I was like, just wait until we get to the third game, because it's all going to come together, and there's going to be plot twist galore, and that is this case. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution's are ready to call our final witness. Final witness? The one who will clear up this whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Fey. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who's your final witness? And there's still more plot twists to come. There's still more plot twists to come. You read on Phoenix Wright Wikipedia? Spoilers? Well, you couldn't just wait for my streams, huh? You couldn't just wait for my streams. Is it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in the case. Well, then don't you say nothing, because the lost one doesn't know. Because there's still more plot twists coming. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify to what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Fey to the witness stand. Schmack! Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite. I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by, even without a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always comes dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
Schmack! Oh, that's enough. Discourse on recess.
Castaway reference, that's weird. Last one, it's like a newborn baby. That's good. That's what I'm playing this game for. I'm playing for this game for people who don't know the beauty of this series. And it's exciting now, because I will be continuing this game and playing Apollo Justice next, which is the next game in the series, which takes place after all this. Phoenix is still in it, but he's retired. So it's going to be awesome. It's going to be like Phoenix's new protege takes over, and he's amazing.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent the entire day locked up in there.
My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart and so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way.
Which you can see that case on my channel. Like and subscribe.
But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister Valerie ended up...
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys, Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donham, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. I got in the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but...
The path to the inner temple was cut off, right?
Exactly. It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed so much. The staff that Mystic Elisa was held.
I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why? Why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead it back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the shishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see.
Victim staff updated.
Defendant!
Yes?
Judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dolly Hawthorne.
All right. Well, then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? The fuck? What's going on? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Hopefully you haven't read up on Apollo Justice, because then that whole thing is gonna be spoiled for you too. Spoiler, sport. That's okay. If you did, I mean, you do whatever you want. You do you. Phoenix.
Mia!
How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donham really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out for yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing, the victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side of the pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck at the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. I did not read up anything on Apollo, except I did not read up on Apollo. Nani? Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. This is the end of the case! We still have... The next part's the last part of the series. And I'm going to keep going because I really want to start Apollo Justice and Danganronpa. I'm super hungry, but I'm just going to tough it out. Because I want to finish this. I'll finish it right now. Finish this, I'll play other games. And plus, I want you guys to know, because these plot twists are really fucking good. The whole end of this case is amazing. So, okay. Just sit down. Hey, Shrek! Alright, now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh, yeah, that. I totally forgot about that. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Well, due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. Smack! That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood in the dagger. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what we've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So, let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well, and please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Maya. Well, according to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium with the Korean channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fate Clan, I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. The pain the Fate bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Faye, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Donham's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see an...
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But I...
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Schmack! Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
Well, so you were struck in the head. I suppose it must have been the staff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
It seems that it'll be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Don't worry, Maya. I'm gonna make this real quick for you. You think you screamed, but you're not sure.
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man? A woman? An adult? A child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain that I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope.
Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do? Do I press for more information? My last hope. Wait a minute. Maya, what's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No, that's not what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me!"
Yeah?
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, that's like... What do you call it when it happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Let me read that. No, Piranha, no. I take that away. I took it away.
You're going a very dangerous path. You see, you're going down a dangerous path, Piranha. I'll kick you out of this courtroom.
Have you ever asked an old guy a question and it turning into a full story? Bruh. Yes. Many times. Many times. At my various jobs and my grandparents.
I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What'd you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming for help. Oh! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Huh?
Schmack! Witness! Are you absolutely sure that what you're saying? Behind the attacker there was another person?
I meant to keep that part a secret. Oh, what have I done?
It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
a ton of pressure?
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Smack! Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
I could see a man.
But wait, there's more.
Is that the added fifth? Okay. I can see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. That's right. The lantern wasn't lit that night. The wick's gone. There was no wick. That couldn't happen. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah.
That man, he's the killer? He's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Stoneham, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer?
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What's the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What do you mean? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
Huh? What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No!
Smack! Order in the court! Mr. Goda, explain this!
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of the coffee. Stir. That's the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café au lait. Olé? Café au lait?
Oh, coffee au lait? Oh, there we go. I said it right the first time. Is that even legal?
Mrs. Tright's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. Your Honor.
I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. That's a Final Fantasy reference.
You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not too hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. What'd you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick?
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, or an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
No!
Oh my gosh, macaroni and cheese. What in the world is it all meaning, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man who killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop.
Maya is dead set on protecting this guy, the man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court, and I'm here to find the truth.
Smack! Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who is this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness?
Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this was possible, yes?
But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be shut off.
Whoa, this is... Oh, but it can't be.
That was a nice bit of deduction. That's right. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Smacker, smacker, what the order? Prosecutor, go to... What is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Water witness, answer the question.
You're wrong! I never saw that!
Maya!
I thought that the person who stabbed my mother was a man, for a totally different reason! What?
Smack! What the... Read it, Mr. Wright, what the...
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Alright, Smack. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man?
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. All the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man?
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume that the culprit was a man. Smack! Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
The torches were lit, and the body was gone.
The torches were lit? Like, they were straight pure fire? Like, it was awesome?
Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm gonna say that the killer who lit the torches, I mean, who else could it be?
The killer probably lit them because it was impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
That's true. It's hard to see how it would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was in the inner temple, Maya.
Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too.
So you're saying that the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern.
There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they were all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away?
Well, there's only one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed into the snow?
Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there's no need to remove that amount.
That's true. You could have just scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood.
It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
And now I press her on this one. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake.
Right? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one in the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden,
She may have thought that you had done it.
no, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it.
Schmack!
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so now that we did that, then for the added third statement, we're gonna show the body of Elise Donan was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real crime scene of the crime, same thing. The snow that we suspect was covered by blood was scooped up and then removed. It's reasonable to believe that this was all done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya.
What?
If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? Bloxy hit Peaks tries to throw because Maya's my love. He's trying to protect her, Piranha. You're obstructing justice. You're gonna send her to jail. Remember? She's the one being accused here. Let Phoenix do his work. And the last one, the killer was human. They killed the person, they had a weapon, and left the place at a time where no one could see him. This was stating the obvious with the last one. Ah, you're right. Smack, smack, smack. Order, order, order. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. Then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing! But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I'm attracted. Okay, yeah, we'll just pretend that didn't happen. I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Schmack!
Why did the killer leave the message written in blood?
Well, because...
All together now.
He didn't notice it. Prosecutor Goda, early in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right. There's no way any normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether.
And who could that be?
Oh, come on. God, you guys are so dumb. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles in my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern, there's something written on it. What? It's written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Très Bien. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain on the court to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Oh, don't play games, prosecutor. The blood color stain that's smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup because it was red.
You knew he was colorblind? Ah, shit.
It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one who can't see them?
Jordan, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it up until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot's the murderer? But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of a Miss Elise Donham, also known as Miss Misty Fay.
Schmack! It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Just make sure you don't fall out in an indictment just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Wright. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why'd the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out that area?
Well, yeah, why didn't he just take out that area? Oh, could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. So he had to remove all the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was so dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see it just fine.
It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Wait just a minute.
Maya, what is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed. Maya, you can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? It might not look like it, but look! After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. Oh my god, Judge.
Are you senile, old man? We established this a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Wright.
Shrek. Very well, let's hear the witness testimony. Please tell us what happened in the inner temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there in the inner temple, too.
After the incident.
Pearlie was also stuck in the inner temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived in the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up.
Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearlfay.
Huh, so when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible testimony.
What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath.
The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot!
Let's just move to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright?
Let's get this cross-examination started. More like, let's get it over with. Right here. Right here.
He cheered her up. That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. How about Godot's investigation? You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only thing I did discover was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe Grady?
So from there you headed to the prep room?
Wait a second. What did Godot just say now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been in the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed at least Donum. Oh, shit. Right here. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He wouldn't have been able to see this. He wouldn't have known. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went to the Inner Temple, was long before the murder took place.
Why do you say that?
Well, because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll?
But, Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What's that wonderfully delicious smell?
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
Well, because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that was Misty Faye.
Well, wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top, there's a crest there.
Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark,
then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye there.
True, but Mr. Godot described what he was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue of an aroma of Western taste.
Oh.
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak into the crime scene.
Well, of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh?
What'd you say? Smack! What the? Is it really possible that... Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan?
Well, yeah. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was going to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot could have known what the instructions were hidden.
If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
But yes, and when was that?
During a visit.
Visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center?
Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot.
Smack, smack, smack! Order, order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again!
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge, and you were the only one who could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness as coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her.
Put away your weapons, Piranha. It's clear that Godot was protecting her too, so just calm yourself. God, you're so angry. You're such an angry plant.
I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
Well, the killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect his witness' life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot for the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney?
With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man, who calls himself Godot, his real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando? That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming, fucking cunt, little fucking thought, fucking bitch, because all she do is go to McDonald's, charge her phone, twerk, eat hot chip, and lie. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked.
It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. False killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her, the way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released by the press.
But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused.
That's terrible.
Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it were for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. But you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor?
My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Maya Fey.
You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Karain village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought I could do that. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple, and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey.
But, how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of the Kurain had great authority. Even without her personal position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you.
She was always?
That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff.
Her staff? The one with the sword in it?
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother...
That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? We had to make sure that she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you gonna do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of the Kurain, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
Huh? Schmackermony! What the? Wait, it true?
My role in the plan was to make sure that no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself in the inner temple, just in case you needed to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne.
Godot.
Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
Schmack! The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, but you, Mr. Godot.
Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own.
No, Nick. Please don't.
Maya.
I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too!
Maya, I know that.
Nick?
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I wanted to hear the truth from your own lips.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Schmack! Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
This is the end.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. And just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed, and I lost consciousness. Macaroni and cheese. That's right. The red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time. I know it. The rest is up to me.
Smack! Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Final. This is the end of the series! For the original trilogy.
Just before it happened, you just hold on there, Maya.
Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? Smack! What? So then that scream came from the killer?
That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me.
It sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder.
Oh, there's a contradiction.
I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
Well, that makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream. Maya said that she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Huh? Is this right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than a staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have possibly been used as the weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what could she have used to strike back at the killer? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it back to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. And she managed to wound him as well. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood in the dagger could have been from the victim. Bitch. Have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it was the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. That it was not the victim's blood. The killer must have had a wound somewhere on his body.
Smack! So you're saying that the blood in his dagger belonged to the killer?
Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite.
Macaroni and cheese! Order in the court!
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it has turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think that I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Or,
Yeah, so what does that prove?
well, if I were really the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. Oh, it can't be! In any case, there's one thing I can't guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
What?
In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness, continue your testimony.
Wait a minute!
What's your problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
Maya!
This dagger, you said it wounded the killer?
That's right.
But if Mr. Goda had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved this contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder?
Everyone that was on the inner temple site got trapped there.
Oh, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them.
Oh, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ah!
Smack, smack, smack. Order in their court. What the witness says is...
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike at the shutdown in the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Did the judge just take smart pills during the last recess? Well, then, maybe the killer took his clothes off before he committed the murder. That way, he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Wright. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Huh. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia Fey were here? So come on, Trite! Can you do it or not?
Smack! Well, how about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being a killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition just as you wanted. That's good. A fighter to the bitter end, Trite.
Yeah, it's playing a song! It's playing my jam!
Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence that I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
Smack! Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood in the dagger.
We decided that it's impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by the dagger, there should have been a bloodstain in his clothing.
There's one place that the killer could not have hidden his wound. That he could have hidden his wound.
What'd you say?
Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trite. Let's hear what you got. Where's the location where you say the killer hid his wound? Huh. I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right? Trite. What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot?
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me.
You yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit.
But you saved Maya!
Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason?
No, why?
I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong! You put your life on the line to save Maya!
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I knew it was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. A stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot? I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name, Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
Thanks.
Your wound, it's bleeding.
Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears.
Tears?
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
It hurts. My feels, they hurt.
This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained it to me very carefully. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize to me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago. Of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that.
Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it.
She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister? You only met twice.
What? Huh? What? We only met twice?
The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed.
No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
Real tears. Real tears, it hurts. Oh, it hurts.
You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
Smack. Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place? But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Notice what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you, too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Oh, it hurts.
Thank you.
The tears, they're real. I'm trying so hard to keep it together.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so? Phoenix Wright.
The wounds that keep reopening!
Yeah, I think you're right.
The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, at least Donham. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Schmack! Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant. Yay! Schmack! Court is now adjourned. I know, it hurts because he said it correctly. He acknowledges me, which makes me cry the real tears.
So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served.
Mia!
I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney ever could hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia! You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
Mia!
I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix.
Oh, the wounds!
I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I've found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya!
I guess it's just like my sis said.
Mia? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry. Phoenix will save everyone in the end.
But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Maya, how? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your own mother murdered.
Ow! Francisca! Still as softy as ever. Phoenix, Wright.
Excellent work, Wright.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, when did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been there on that first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow! But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever, with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Oh, ouch! Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca. Is there room for one more in this group hug? Is there? Oh, Larry!
What's with the, longer face than usual?
I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me?
Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course.
I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good.
No. Oh yeah! These portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
What?
Me?
Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy?
Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance.
Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well too? Ow! My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. think you'll do it like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book? Francie's Whippity Whip Trip? Ow! Don't get carried away.
Oh, you guys. These are my friends.
Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good, too, if you ask me. Huh?
Well, now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly!
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you were wondering how Maya could be so cheerful despite all that's happened. Yeah.
To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Francesca. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one who was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone who was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too.
Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fabe trying to be strong for?
Pearl Faye? The Pearl Kid, after all. The reason that she worked so hard to follow instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every word. She thought that she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. Oh, she is a precious treasure, and we must all protect her. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed and Maya Faye was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya was putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again.
Oh, hey, so this is where y'all were. Wow, looks like we got quite a bunch here to... Ouch! Ow, what was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's all right. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Wow!
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean...
Très bien. Where else?
I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you too. Crybaby, you invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the Loser Shack eating potatoes.
You know, Maya is taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh?
I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that's befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe?
Yeah, what is it, pal?
Could you guys go on ahead?
But what about you?
Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick?
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, but you're the... Ow!
Very well then, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, Wright. We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearly have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Hazakura Temple? For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon?
Sister Bikini?
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie's here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Oh, okay.
Pearlie's not here. Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. Someone cleaned it off. It's gotta be Pearls.
Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearlie! Why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother.
Oh, that's why you came here?
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother's gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't be still alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya? I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini, your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have any right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. Incoming feels. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, don't do it. A photo? Ah, Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Oh, it's little Mia and Maya, and they did the same thing that Pearls did. It hurts so much. Even when the battle's over and the bonds that connected are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Oh, my heart. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. Huh? This is a day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. All right, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back. All right, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearlie. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya. I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but What is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time, you can train right alongside of us.
Huh?
I'll be waiting for you.
Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
Huh? What? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course naturally.
Huh? Wait, what? Huh?
That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal right before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I could just say one little thing.
Sure. Of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
Yeah, we did it! We done it! We done it there. Ugh, God, I'm tired of crying.
I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master of Karain and the office manager of Wright & Co. love us, and we have to be a good big sister to Pearlie and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. And a good wife to Piranha. So it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mr. Mice Knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is more detective-like, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly.
I shipped them so hard. So hard.
Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Karain exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned.
Oh God.
I'm crying. Desi and I started a company called Mass to Mass Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. My motto is, cut it out, please! Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to the criminals as kind of a side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him 500,000 and a tea set, a special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. It's got my hair in it.
I'm just old and way too wrinkly, grumpy clown nose ways of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day, and talk about embarrassing. 69 years old, and I cried like the baby without a tiny diaper.
69 years old. Nice. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone can get along. His name is Adamada. Another palindrome. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. My! More reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Pearl's like, no! Don't look at other women! Look at my boys. Look at my boys. We'll be seeing Edgeworth again when I play his 2 games that were never released in America. You better believe I'll be running that emulator with the English patch. I have one of them because I played one of them. The Ace Investigations Miles Edgeworth. We get to meet some new characters. It's got new gameplay, and it's weird because Edgeworth actually like walks around and stuff. It's dope though. It's a really good game, of course, like every Phoenix Wright game. So I'll be playing those. I'll be playing Paul Justice. I'll go as far as I can emulate. I don't know. I don't have a 3DS emulator, so I don't know if I can emulate the 7th game. But I'll try. I know there is one. I just have to get it. Boy, 5 hours 42 minutes. My throat is killing me, and I'm starving. Oh god, and then
What's this? I'm back from a long time vacation. No one's here to greet me? Oh, I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit, and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I gonna do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? I'm not gonna. She can just...
fucking old bag.
I finally found something I love to do. Franti's Whippity Whip Trip is gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A real good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all.
Same, bruh. Oh, the friends. The friends. You are a good artist. Look at that. But you couldn't draw a bridge. Same though. I'm really good at drawing people, but not much else. And that's it. Phoenix Wright Trilogy completed. So, boy. So obviously I'm gonna end the stream here because I need to go fucking eat. I'm so hungry. I should have eaten before the stream. I didn't expect it to take 6 hours, but I should have expected it to take 6 hours because it's the end of the game. But I wanted to get through it because I'm going to start Danganronpa next. I don't know if I'm gonna do it. I don't know if I'm gonna do it today. Depends if I end up playing something with the bros. But if not, I'm gonna start Danganronpa tonight. So I hope you'll join me for that. And then in the future, we'll start Paul Justice. So, thank you guys for watching my Phoenix Wright stream, and I'll see you guys in the next streams!